Amigos, friends, and amigos. My name's Eric. I'm a human male, adult human male. I'm resident of Mariposa County in the state of California. And I bring good cheer to all the peoples of the world. That's my job in life. To bring good cheer to all the peoples of the world. I aspire to achieving in the field of pleasant core, which is sometimes at least the kind of YouTube video I like to watch. Things that are pleasant, you know. Don't challenge the viewer too much. I don't want to be challenged too much, the viewer. I just want to enjoy the pleasantries. Of course, I don't really necessarily uphold that value as a content creator. That's a little bit different. Hello, Popovich. How's it going? You know, there's a famous basketball coach here in America named Greg Popovich. Maybe he's a relative of yours. Hey, look at that. Rachel Strauss is awake. She was asleep when I got out of bed a second ago. I got out of bed earlier, but then I was watching the football game. It got to be halftime. I was like, maybe I could go lie down some more. But then I realized, after I lay down some more, no, I'm awake now. Where to find other intuitives? Oh, gosh. I'd go to Intuicon, the convention for intuitives. The problem with where to find other intuitives is if you're going to find people who self-identify as intuitives, it's just going to be a mishmash of random people. Because you have so many non-intuitives identifying as intuitive, right? Because the word intuitive has such a positive connotation. Everybody wants to think they have good intuition. So, I mean, you'll find a fair number of them around here. But the truth is, you'll find plenty of sensors around here too. So, I don't know. Are you talking about where to find love? Well, you could take my approach if you're trying to find love. You could start a YouTube channel, become successful enough to have enough people watching it that some lady who likes you is watching it. Then marry her. Because you already know that she likes you, because she already watches your channel. See how that works? It's pretty tricky, huh? All right, so we've got more than just chit-chatting to do today. That's a great joke. Steady prospect. Well, what did the woman with no hands get for Christmas? We don't know. She hasn't opened her presents yet. Fantastic. What type is Djokovic? I think he's an ISTP. That's what I think he is. I like Djokovic. I think he's cool. I like his extreme fightiness about the COVID shit, you know. Good for him. We're not just chatting today, okay? We've got something else we're doing too. Of course, naturally. Why wouldn't we be doing this? We are watching the football game, specifically the game between the Denver Broncos and the Buffalo Bills. Now, I paused it at halftime. We're going to come join the game here at the beginning of the third quarter. So we've got a little time saved up, all right? We've got from 1:44, we've got like 25 minutes saved up. So I'm a little behind real time. Don't be a spoiler joiler. Eric, is your daughter okay? Yeah, well I did talk to her the other day. What do I think about PewDiePie? I think he's fine, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have any opinion about him. I'm 53, actually. Not 67. I'm 53, yeah. The fires were very close to her apartment building, but I think that basically that part of the fires they have contained. The part in the San Gabriel Valley. The worst fires are on the other side of LA. But they did have the Eaton fires, which are the ones that threatened my daughter because she lives over in the San Gabriel Valley. But yeah, she's fine, and she went to her stepmom's house when because she had to evacuate actually. Mm. She didn't have to evacuate. She it was like the second level of evacuate. Your mother thinks I'm 70 years old. Well, I look like it, especially right now. If I were to give myself a beard trim and a haircut, I'd look a little younger. If I were to get my teeth fixed, I'd look a little younger. You know, I'm in Mariposa County. Mariposa County, home to Yosemite National Park. Yeah, I'm glad she's okay too. Cameron's okay too. Cameron is the one I actually had more reason to be concerned about because he lives up in Sierra Madre in the mountains, and he had mandatory evacuation. And some houses around him did burn down, but not his house. You know, my daughter lives in a big new apartment building, um, so accordingly, I was a little less concerned about her. I'm sure it's fairly fire safe. I'm not Walter White, actually. I'm just a man with a beard. A man in his 50s with a beard. The only commonality between me and Walter White. And an enthusiasm for meth, of course. What do I think about life in the USA? I think it's fine. I kind of do need a shave and a haircut, 2 bits or 0 bits. Ayush saying, can we meet? It's not impossible, but you know, I need to meet with you on video conference first and get a feel for who you are and stuff, and then obviously you need to be on going on a trip to California. I do meet with people from the channel. I have had channel people, for example, stay at our other house, which is just on the block. So I believe in God. I'm practicing Christian. Self-identify as such. I'm not Walter. Sorry to tell you. I have no skill in chemistry whatsoever. I can barely cook pancakes. I'm visiting Los Angeles on the 30th of January. Well, Los Angeles is about 5 hours from me. You like gloves. What gloves do I have? I don't have any gloves at the moment. I don't go to a barber. I have not gone to a barber since COVID shut down all the barbers. And I got clippers and started cutting my own hair. Now I just don't see any reason to ever go to the barber. Hello, Jenny. I'm not Babe. I'm Babe Pig in the City, maybe. What's the difference between a baby and a sweet potato? About 140 calories. Is that a cannibalism joke? You don't hear a lot of cannibal jokes that don't directly reference cannibals, especially. Am I agreeable in the Big Five? I don't know if I'm. I think I score fairly agreeable. I'm not sure. Depends on when I take it, of course, because I might self-report differently. Obviously, people have recency bias. Even very objective people like me have recency biases in self-reporting. So Big Five is just a joke anyway. Today was the worst day of my life. My ex got hit by a school bus and I lost my job as a bus driver. Well, I will admit I have a couple of ex-wives. But you know what? They're not any problem. They don't bother me. I don't bother them. We just leave each other alone. You know, it's possible to have a perfectly fine relationship with your exes as long as you have no relationship with them at all. How's my gut health? Well, I'm about to go poop right now. How to develop your FI? You don't. You can't develop your functions like that. It doesn't work like that. That's such a TE frame of reference. It is true that your relationship with your unconscious functions changes some, but that's dependent on circumstance. Like, if you're in good circumstances where you're nurtured and rewarded for your most native functions, your 1 and 2, then it kind of gives you ontological space to spend more time in less reflexive functions, you know? So my SI is adequate to my circumstances right now because I have very few things scheduled, like I don't have to get up at a particular time, go to bed at a particular time, stuff like that. So it's easier for me to have a good relationship, quote unquote, with my fourth slot function because reality is not placing very many demands upon it. Same with my extroverted sensing. There are of course downsides. Everything's a trade-off, right? Like there's nothing but trade-offs in functions. So it's the case that I have this really great relationship that's very mutually affirming, and it's also accordingly deactivating because neither of us critiques each other and are in sensory areas, and we don't want to be critiqued in sensory areas. Therefore, nobody's really pushing to get shit done, you know? So there's always trade-offs. If you want to have a happy relationship and an easy life where all your functions, you can spend time in your less conscious functions safely and therefore end up doing so, well, that's great, but then you'll also be pretty deactivated probably. But I'm really, really proud of myself right now. I had a wonderful poop here, very large poop. I feel liberated from solid waste. It was taking up space and attention inside of my body. You know, this is good SI for me. Like, because I'm at home and I can get up and just go like, all right, I'm gonna walk around a bit and try to jostle this poop loose, and you know, kind of push a little bit while I'm walking around to encourage it. And then whenever the poop's ready to come out, I just go right in here and sit down and go poop. I'm not in the middle of teaching a debate class or something. I don't have to hold it in. And because I'm just doing what I feel like, live streaming, etc., my FE is going to be better. I'm going to wash my hands so that you guys think I wash my hands after I poop. Normally I don't, but today I am washing them. So there you see my third slot function, getting an advantage of, of having a lazy man life. Trouble? You scoundrel. You need to stop bothering your sister. He's such a bully. All right. So now that I've pooped, that really opens up some opportunities for the day. For example, I was planning and still am planning at some point here on going over to the other house, because last night I did some white spray painting on the ceiling to see if I could get these dark marks where somebody had put a candle before, I think. Like, they put a candle on some, like, you know, like a dresser or something, and it left this kind of dark mark on the ceiling. The boogeyman is coming. Ah! Is it true that I can easily spot ISXPs? I don't think so, not necessarily. God bless her and all who sail on her. Are we talking about the Nina, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria? Is deactivated synonymous with lazy? Well, I mean, it means deactivated. So it's like, if I were when I was with Kimberly, it was a terrible relationship, but she was always pressuring me to accomplish different things, like build her a chicken coop and shit like that, you know. It wasn't stuff that was really necessarily worth accomplishing, but she was big on policing my SE, making sure I got shit done, you know. And everything's good. It's all good. We're gonna just pull some bong rips. We're gonna watch a little football, and then, oh, my poop. Well, yeah, God bless her, indeed. I like this idea of let's call poops female. I think that's a good idea, Billy Billion 80. I'm gonna adopt that. From now on, all my poops are like boats. They're female. Which type is easiest to spot for me? I tend to find ESFPs pretty easy to spot. Like take the neighbors, for example. I've not formally typed either of the neighbors nor their friend Jay, who house sits for them a lot. But Jay is definitely an ESFP. Kay, the woman, I think is definitely an ENFP. And I type both those two pretty quickly. Introverts are a little slower to type usually because they're giving you less data. I see. Boats move down the slipway when being launched and where it poops. Good observation, Billy. That's a really good observation. What's SI for? I should probably know. Should I take a Myers-Briggs? I don't know. The tests you can get online aren't really worth anything. I mean, the Myers-Briggs test is not very accurate. If you want to accurately get typed, I type people, but I'm not really eager to get the work. But you could hire me to type you, in theory. You think intuitives are more intelligent? There should be a link to a document at the bottom of this video in the description that tells you how to book a typing session. Um. Anyway, so I think intuitives are more intelligent. Oh, I mean, they're more intuitive. It's different than intelligent. Like, Rachel and I are both intuition DOMs, but NE DOM with TI is very different than NI DOM with FE. Rachel's very intelligent, but isn't going to come across as intelligent as I do because I'm a talking type, you know. Do I think IQ tests are fairly accurate? I don't think they're measuring anything specific because they're measuring a combination of different forms of cognition, you know, verbal reasoning, spatial reasoning, pattern recognition, etc. Those various things have been compiled into a thing called general intelligence is kind of arbitrary. You know, you could compile any number of discrete skills into a thing called general intelligence and pick these or those to the exclusion of those other ones and have a totally different score with measuring equally nothing, you know, nothing specific. So I think that the components of an IQ test, like say the verbal reasoning test, is a meaningful score, or the spatial reasoning test, a meaningful score on those specific skill sets. But I just don't believe in generalized intelligence. So, have I ever lain in bed drinking wine from the bottle? Yes, plenty of times. Plenty of times. Fortunately, I don't drink alcohol anymore. I uh, I quit drinking alcohol a little over 11 years ago. I haven't had any since. But yes, I used to do that plenty. What happened here? Boom! Oh man, that's targeting. That might be targeting. I don't know. So then, how does one test intelligence? One doesn't really test intelligence. The idea of an intelligence test is similarly flawed in its intellectual foundations to Big Five. People don't have these attributes, right? They do have ways of paying attention, and they might be more or less effective in paying attention in that way, depending on both, you know, their stack and the context, right? So, because I'm doing what's most native to me, I'm in a situation here, answering questions, holding court, or whatever you want to call it, that's particularly designed to highlight my uh, I mean, the thing is not designed specifically for this, but it turns out to be like designed more or less to highlight my attentional priorities, talking, being correct. But I mean, the thing is, that's as I use it. Obviously, it's not rewarding that very much because even though I live stream all the time and do a lot of things that one would normally correlate with success on YouTube, there's only 10 people here. One of them has anus to say. You can type little kids just fine. In some ways, typing little kids is easier than typing adults. I've typed plenty of kids. The TI thing is beautiful in the way that it doesn't matter if you're 5 years old. If I ask you a TI question, you'll get the idea of it being a TI question fundamentally, and you'll be able to answer it probably. Whereas if I ask a non TI person a TI question, they're 5 years old, they won't get what I'm even asking. Like they don't get the concept of a TI question, you know? So that's kind of beautiful. There's no gaming it when you're dealing with little kids, you know? Hi there, Torbolino. Top of the day to you as well, Iron Lion. Can a human become more intelligent as their life progresses? Well, yeah, I don't think intelligence is a discrete trait. Intelligence, really, the idea of it is to try to separate somehow kind of processing power from software, you know, like hardware skills from software. But you can't really separate those things. The reason I'm as correct as I am, whether you want to call that intelligent or not, I don't know, has as much to do with my particular history of working as a debate coach and doing case construction and case negation and a bunch of other stuff, and having all those, um, I guess you'd call them, you know, lexicon lexicon skills, because really what debate does is it allows you to identify different specific things that are happening in argumentation that if you don't have the word for it, you don't make the distinction, like a lot of things in life, you know. Is it true that your IQ is just 107? That's what I like to say. I don't know what my IQ is. I took an IQ test online one time that only did pattern recognition stuff and like visual pattern recognition, and I got 107 on that. But it only did one kind of question, and it's like the kind of question that I'm not very good at. So that's the truth of it. I don't know what my IQ is. I don't care. I don't need to be smart. I'll just be right. I like the idea of being less smart than other people because it drives home my point that smartness ain't worth shit if you're not correct. Do I think Mensa's BS? I think it's a circle jerk of dumb smart people. Yeah, there are dumb people and there are smart people. Then there are dumb smart people and smart people. I guess there are dumb people and smart dumb people too. Dumb people are both wrong and not staying in their lane, you know. Smart dumb people, they don't care about things that they'd be wrong about, and they stay in their lane and are smart in their lane, you know. Same thing with dumb smart people. Dumb smart people may be smart, but they're not. they're they're not smart enough to recognize that being correct requires both intelligence and skill. Smart people have humility to know what they don't know about and the limits of which they can know things and be correct and stuff. Oh, did he catch it? Oh, wow. Wow. It's a good catch. Good job, Ty Johnson. You did an excellent job catching that ball. I thought that was going to be picked. Then I thought it was incomplete. Oh, wow. So close. Could have been picked, could have been tipped, could have been incomplete. Somehow, Josh Allen sneaks it 1 inches 1 inch past the outstretched arms of the defender, and number 26 catches it like 6 inches off the ground in this weird kind of backwards dive thing. And his knee is down and he's inbounds, I think, when he first catches the ball. I think it's going to be upheld. I think it'll either stand or be confirmed, possibly just stand, because it kind of looks like his foot comes down out of bounds. I mean, it does, but it's not really clear exactly if he's made the catch yet or not. Anyway, if you're further ahead in the game than me, don't spoil it for me. You have the game recorded. This is something that happened 20 minutes ago. Yeah, exactly. I've got time saved up. My name's not Johnny Shawnee, but the weather's fine. We'll go outside and take a look at it in a second. It's 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's see how they rule on this play. I think this is a catch. I think it's a catch. I think it's a touchdown. And they did rule it such. They're going for two. It's going to be 21-7 in a second, probably. Can Denver mount some kind of a comeback here? I've liked the way Bo Nix has looked. I loved Denver's fake punt. That was brilliantly executed. Oh, you were saying hi. I see, Johnny Doe. I'm sorry. You're wanting to eat 1 kilogram of fruit? You know what that makes me think? It makes me think of having a grapefruit. Maybe when Rachel is done with the shower and stuff, maybe I will prepare a grapefruit for us. We got some grapefruits at the store, and I had the first one yesterday, and mwah! Can TI Dons be slow when they answer your TI test? Um, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they'd be slow to answer out loud if they were to come up with the answer fairly quickly in their head and then want to double check and confirm it. That would be consistent with a deliberator type. But generally, if it takes a long time to figure out, like if I go, if some frogs ribbit and all things that ribbit are named Steve, is it necessarily the case that some frogs are named Steve? If you have to go like this, let's see, okay, if some frogs ribbit and some frogs and all things, then you're probably not a TI dog. But I don't know. You know what they say in Italy, TI dom, shmi dom. All right, Denver, I want to see some excitement here. I want to see a good game. I want to see overtime. Let's go down the field and score a touchdown. Yeah. Come on, Broncos. You can do it. You were filled with yeah. Uh-oh. False start. False start. You just made a latte? Oh, that reminds me. I've got some coffee right here. Frogs do be thieves. Aye. The frogs be thieves. Some of them, anyway. Some of the frogs be thieves. The ones that ribbit, they be the thieves. I know Lad McConkey. I like the fact that the Chargers have a receiver named Lad McConkey. I think it's a great name. Make some chai latte. Yes, Kamala and Trump are both dumb. Oh, no. Oh, I thought that was picked up. 4th and 11. Denver's going to have to punt. 12:30. We got an hour till the next game. So I want this game to be good until then. Green Bay at Philadelphia. You know what? I think Green Bay's got a shot. I think they're a pretty good team. Frog watching is a riveting experience. That's funny, Sean. I like that. That's a good pun. A frog decided to trace his genealogy one day. He discovered he was a tad Polish. That's funny too. Josh Allen throws the ball in the flat, but he's not going too far. Of course, Denver really needs to get the ball back without letting Buffalo score again if they're going to have a chance in this game. If they go down 3 scores, I think forget it probably. I mean, even down 2 scores, it's kind of forget it, but at least with a whole quarter left, change them like clothes. How do you know I'm an INTP or ENTP without talking with you? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. I don't think there is an answer. Now they're up by 3 touchdowns. Chances of a Denver comeback just greatly diminished in the wake of that 4th Buffalo touchdown. Actually, it might not be 4 touchdowns. It might be 2 field goals, a 2-point conversion on one of the touchdowns. I think it's 3 touchdowns, a 2-point conversion, and 2 field goals. Have I ever eaten frog legs? No. Yeah, I have, but I don't remember really what they taste like. I'm sure I don't want to. I might go paint later. In fact, my plan is to get over there to the other house and and look and see about this white paint. So, as I was starting to explain, this is a very exciting story. You're all going to want to hear this story. The popcorn, they call it popcorn ceiling, that the other house unfortunately has in the bedrooms. That popcorn ceiling has these dark circles on it where somebody apparently had been burning a candle below, like on a dresser or something, and it left some soot on the ceiling. So I got this paint that is designed to spray onto acoustical tiles. So it's got a spray that sprays up. When you push it down, it sprays up instead of sprays forward. And I got the black circles last night. I wanted to get them done last night so it would dry and I could look at it in the daylight today and see if it's the same color. If it's not the same color, if it's close, I'll try to. Oh, good job, Bo Nix. Good job, but I think it's a little too late. How to know you're not an SI dom? Well, Eric, what colors do you think look the best together? Is there a combination of 2 or more colors that you like the most? Yeah, I think I'd go with beige and cereal. I'm not a visual person. KE, you zoned out on the story because it's a TE story. It's an SITE story. Some people think those are boring. Some people love those kind of stories, though. So anyway, I got to go back over there and paint again today. Might as well just keep wearing the same paint clothes if I'm going to be painting. Because if I'm going to get paint on some clothes, just get paint on the same clothes over and over again. That way you don't get paint on multiple clothes. And that's one to grow on. All right, let's go outside, have a cigarillo, and And we'll take a look at the outside, see what it looks like. We'll watch the football game through the window. I haven't made any New Year's resolutions, I don't think. Or maybe I did. I think I resolved to get this rental going here ASAP. And I've been working on it, so that's good. It's pretty chilly. It's a little too chilly for no jacket. So I think I'm going to go get a jacket. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I get a jacket. All right, now I've got a jacket, as you can see. Everybody likes having a jacket. So, it does appear that the Buffalo Bills are going to win this football game, but Denver's not giving up yet. And they've moved the ball to the 22-yard line of Buffalo here with 12:51 left in the quarter. That play goes nowhere. That play goes nowhere, and everybody on the Denver team is disappointed. No snow here this year at all, except for very early in the year. We had an early snow, and then since then we've gotten nothing but rain or regular days. This is a regular day. You might call a weather-free day. Oh, he dropped it. It's a lovely day, though. It feels like, feels like a wintry day. Full of wintry ways. Good day for filming outside. Looks nice, right? Good light. Good quality of light. Third and 13 now for Denver. Unlikely they'll attempt a field goal if it gets to fourth down because they're down by 3 touchdowns. Again, I'm behind current times in the football game. Got some time saved up so I can skip through commercials and such. I'm excited tonight to watch the USC women's basketball team, which I've the harder I try, the more disappointed I am when I fail. Failure is assured if you don't try, and you're not saving yourself by avoiding the potentiality to lose in favor of certainty. Well, you're not wrong, Kay. You're not wrong. But easier said than done, People have generally a stronger motivation to avoid the negative than to achieve the positive. Okay, well, they got some of it. They got most of it. It's going to be 4th and 2 or something now for Denver. And there's good reason, of course, why people are more powerfully motivated to avoid the negative than to achieve the positive. Because, if you come across some fruit while you're on a hike in the woods you don't recognize, you could eat it and it would be delicious, and I don't think they got it. They didn't. Wow. And then you would have the positive benefit of eating that fruit and knowing that those fruits are delicious now. But you probably wouldn't eat it anyway because the negative is so much worse than the positive. And I agree with you that can SI DOMs be procrastinators? Yeah, sure. But probably they're gonna understand themselves as procrastinators uh, against their own standard of what they should be rather than against other people. No, I agree with you, Hero Lamb and Katie. I'm not really disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that easier said than done. Um, Especially if you've got some like if you've been burned by a hot stove badly on a couple of occasions, it becomes a little bit more challenging for you to move through the world um, as confidently as you would otherwise, right? I'm not trying to disagree with the prescriptive correctness of what you're saying. I'm just trying to empathize with the difficulty that people sometimes encounter with just executing shit. I'm empathizing with your average SE polar person, to some extent SE eighth, depending on the person. It's like it used to be the case that I was very high achieving, that I did a lot of shit. And, SE's not historically been a challenging area for me, but it's become more challenging since all the big life changes and stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to empathize with those who don't find it so easy. I don't know how to tell you that. I'd have to do NE and SI tests on you. I have to test your NE. I mean, and ISFJs, depending on, it's hard to test them except directly because you have to see how quickly and easily the NE comes out, and how comfortable and or like satisfied they are to be displaying, demonstrating, exercising their NE. Like right there, I didn't do that on purpose, but you heard me provide three different verbs for this idea. I provided three verbs because I wanted to just explain all those things. I wanted to say all those things. Like, yes, it's displaying, they're taking satisfaction in being able to display their skill in any, and just in exercising it and in demonstrating it. I guess demonstrating and displaying are the same. I don't remember exactly what I said. What SI test? What's an SI test? Well, like if I ask you, can you recall for me in detail the last time you went to the supermarket? If you have SI as a conscious function, you'll say, okay, sure. Last time we went to the supermarket, we didn't get a ton of stuff. We got a bunch of King's Hawaiian bread. I think we started over there at the bread section, got King's Hawaiian bread, and then we got some banana nut muffins. And then we went to the pharmacy, I believe, to get Rachel's gabapentin, and they said we could get her olanzapine at the same time. So it's like this is an SI person recounting the details of their last trip to the shopping to the grocery store, and that's my actual last trip to the grocery store. I've actually not heard of Mr. Owners before. I've heard of many of these people, right? Like Gabe in Butthole, or or Mike Hawk, or Mike Oxlong, but I've not heard of Gabe Owners before. So, congratulations. You've introduced me to a new person. You don't know what you bought last time at the supermarket. That's indicative of being NI front stack. You've been told you had Lyme disease, ADHD, bipolar, depression, unresolved childhood trauma, physical trauma from concussions, and a host of behavioral disorders. Wow. Yeah, I think Gabe Boners is the cousin to Dixon Myaz. I think you're right. And I think they're distantly related to Anita Dick and me as well. Well, this first wild card game has turned into a real stinker. Who wants to watch Buffalo just blow out Denver? You know, I'm just going to go to current time and see what's going on. There's the flag you get for kicking that guy, mister. You shouldn't have kicked him. You got a flag. Buffalo's looking happy. They're obviously going to win this game. I don't know how to test yourself, and I did. I don't. I only know how to test other people. The problem with testing yourself is how to test yourself depends on your function stack somewhat. Like how well you self-report depends on your function stack. So it's impossible for me to direct people to test themselves because I don't know how well they self-report until I test them. And even then, I can only infer that they self-report poorly if I encounter self-reporting that's contradictory to skills test results or something like that. So anyway, still 20-7 Buffalo. How boring. I'm kind of thinking we should just go over to the other house and see how the paint looks now. We should just go take a gander at it, you know? Hopefully not everybody does IG like ENTPs, which is weird to me, but apparently it's a thing. People don't know you deep down, you know you. What is does Instagram like ENTPs? I don't even do Instagram. What is the indicator of third slot SI? Well, it's kind of a childlike relationship with SI. Um, you use subjective data when you want to, and you reject subjective data when you want to, kind of arbitrarily. That's one aspect of it. You trust your own subjective data, and you distrust other people's subjective data. And you do so without a lot of nuance. That's one indication of third slot SI. Third slot SI people will often, if they're not doing anything, you ask them about what's going on and what they're doing. They'll say that they're preserving energy that they might need later for something. How many genders exist? Infinite genders, Torbolino. Infinite. Okay. There's male, there's female, there's male that wants to be female, there's female that wants to be male, there's female that wants to be a male that wants to be a female, there's male that wants to be female that wants to be a male that wants to be a female, and on forever. So, infinite. Infinite genders. Only two sexes, though. What's the indicator of poor FE and FI? Well, it depends what you mean by poor, right? Like third slot FE, like mine, some people might find me likable. Some people find me insufferable. I can be both depending on the occasion. I don't seem to be as aware of my own social failures as maybe somebody who's more aware of them is. In other words, I have a childlike relationship with FE. I value it when I value it, and I don't value it when I don't value it, and it's kind of arbitrary. Fourth slot FE is more like, well, in INTPs, it's kind of try hard, but fails anyway all the time. In ISTPs, they're just kind of like dickish typically. Because motivation is tied to feelings, and if you have stressors in your life, they affect all aspects of it. That is very true. I mean, INT here, Lamb. I think learning techniques to FE is much more of an INTJ thing than an INTP thing. I think INTPs would like to defer it to a partner. That's why they're well matched with ESFJs, and that they're kind of people pleasy compared to ISTPs. They're just not very good at it. You know, an INTP thing is this. Like, I I heard somebody say this one time. I don't remember the context exactly. Some friend's dog died when this INTP was a kid, and the friend was very sad about it. And the INTP said to them, "Well, how much are new dogs?" That's very FI8, FE4. You didn't mean the Israel flag? Okay, that's fine. Um, I mean, if that's what I typed him as, I don't really remember that well. But it was that Italian guy. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I think probably he's an ESTP. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have good TI, not super great NE, but not polar. So if your TI is 1, 2, and your NE is not, you're one of the STPs. And it's easy to distinguish ESTP from ISTP. ISTP, any polar looks very different than any 8. When you're talking to them, it's impossible to tell in chat, though. I've learned that. So I guess we should just go over to the other house right now since this game is all boring, and at least just look at the white on the ceiling. I don't know if Rachel would want to go with me or not. Should I wait for her? Let's go ask her. I guess I go upstairs. Going upstairs is something I try to avoid doing usually. I hear Rachel left the fan on too. Where is she? Is she not even up here? Or she's downstairs. Well, at least I'll turn the fan off. I was wrong. She's not upstairs. I guess she's downstairs.
Hold on one second, Mom.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to go to the other house to look at the white paint. Do you want me to wait for you, or do you want me to go?
I'd to go with you.
Okay, then I'll wait for you. Take your time with the phone call. I'll wait.
Thank you.
Sure. Might want to flush it. Hi. Might want to flush that toilet.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to wait for Rachel then. We're not going to go to the other house to look at it until Rachel's done talking to her mom. Wasted upstairs walk, exactly. No, I mean, done properly, typology is the correct way of understanding personality, which is to say, people do have personality types. They are distinct from one another in specific ways that link to their attentional habit configuration. Just like people are right-handed or left-handed, people prioritize some kinds of paying attention over others reflexively as just part of who they are, kind of hardwired. But if you were to Google it and try to determine if it's legitimate or whether you should give it any credence, the answer would be no, you shouldn't. It's not legitimate. Anything that other people say about it is all just a bunch of metaphor and nonsense. But the way I deal with it is rigorous. So I'm wondering if Rachel's talking to her mom because she got the grapefruits we sent her. We sent Rachel's mom sent us this nice box of different meats from Omaha Steaks. Like hamburgers, sausages, chickens, steaks, and potatoes, and little pies came in there too. And we thought, oh, that's pretty nice. Grady Wilson is on fire. Who's Grady Wilson? Are you talking about this football game? 4th and 17, Denver obviously has to go for it at this point. And they throw a pick. Well, this game is just a waste of time at this point. There's no reason to watch it at all. I'm just going to put on, instead in the background, I'm going to go to Crunchyroll and see what we got. Earlier, I watched the episode 39 of Shangri-La Frontier Season 2. And then I started watching The Red Ranger Becomes an Adventurer in Another World. Let's see what else we got here. Theater of Darkness Yamashiabi 14 coming soon. Okay, well, I'm going to go with I could try this, the Red Ranger thing. It's 3.9. Let's give it a shot. It's 4 now. Let's move up to 4.0. What are you doing, Capillo? Running around like a crazy cat. I can turn down the volume on this. I'm going to show you what I'm watching, though. We will forge a future with unlimited bonds. It's pretty funny. This is like a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger dies in battle and gets reincarnated as a mage in another world. It's a pretty good concept. I like it. No, I wasn't affected. I'm not affected by any fires. We moved up here after the Mariposa fires, and we're hundreds of miles from Los Angeles. My daughter was affected by the fire. My friend Cameron was affected by the fire. It's like Zoids. it's I mean, this is the very beginning of the first episode when he's still a Power Ranger, but he's gonna die in this battle and be reincarnated as a mage in the other world. Please make sure to come back. Do you think some arson started the fire? I don't know, Mr. Krogan. I assume that I would assume that the fire investigators will make that determination. It's an odd time of year for there to be a fire. There's usually not fires in the winter, they're usually in the summer. But I guess there was a lot of wind. Is the problem resource management? I don't think the problem with the fires is resource management. I don't think that there's necessarily a huge problem with the fires. There's, a natural cycle of forests. The climate is changing, and so the weather in California is not what it was. Back when I was a kid in the 70s, 80s, it was a lot wetter, a lot bigger snowpacks and so forth. But it just is what it is, right? Like, there are certain things we can do to minimize the chance that our structure gets burned down by fire. But if you live in the woods, you run the risk of encountering a forest fire at some point. How is the smelt fishing? Am I 100% sure he's an ISFP? Who? Oh, ISTP? Djokovic? No, I'm not 100% sure of that. I could never be sure somebody's a whatever until I actually type them. I just think he's an ISTP because he's a man of few words and a lot of doing, and he's very logical, seems like. His position on COVID was the logical position. But I don't know what type he is. I don't know what type anybody is unless I type him. I'm not dead, I'm only sleeping. True. I think she's probably ESFP, possibly ESTJ. In a little while, we'll be going over to the other house to look at the ceiling. And also, I've decided I'm going to move the mattress that I stupidly put the tarp over. It's like, okay, Eric, just move that out of the way. You're going to trip over it the whole time you're painting. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right. Are you guys ready to go? Because you're going to come along with us. Keep in mind, it's going to be a brief moment. Look at my current computer background. It's the USC women's basketball team. They're playing tonight at 5 o'clock.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And they are ranked number 4 in the country and are serious, definite contenders for the national championship. So I'm really stoked about that. Because the USC football team has been disappointing the living fuck out of me for 2 straight years.
Yeah,
It's been bad. It's been really bad, the USC football team. All right, so let's go. You haven't seen the other house yet? Well, you'll get to see it now. It's.
Should I bring weed?
There's weed over there.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah, I bring the pipe though. Yeah, that's a good idea. Do I have cigarettes? Yes. So keep in mind that while we're driving between houses, there will be a brief stretch where we are like buffering, probably will seem like, or duck or whatever. But once we get to the other house, we'll be in the range of their Wi-Fi, and then we'll connect again. So first things first, we'll get in the little wilderness car. Which is actually getting kind of low on gas. I'm gonna put gas in it. Not that low, but you know, I've got only a couple bars of gas left. Of course, we're just going down the street, so that's fine for now. I think I'm gonna bring that thing. Okay, so I'm gonna bring the big pusher. Is because I want to move that box spring. That's what it's called. I want to move that box spring. I'm gonna, you know how I put I'm gonna fix my stupidity from last time, where I dumbly. This just was like, I'm lazy, I'm just gonna put the tarp over the box spring. Dumb. Well, we're gonna remedy that right now. That, and then put this on here. Okay, so we're gonna disconnect here in about a minute, and then we'll be gone for about a minute, and then we'll be back. Hang tight and you'll see us again soon. All right, so I've got my fingers crossed and my toes crossed as well. This white, can you hold this? This white paint is the right shade of white. That would make life a lot easier. Okay. Okay. Thanks. So here we are at the other house. Turn on the heater because it's freezing in here. Oh no. We have to change the meow in this.
Batteries?
Yeah, it's beeping. Or just beeped, I think.
Yeah.
So, I have to figure that out. Wait. Anyway, let's look at this first. Are we cutting the baby in two? That was a quick travel. All right. You know, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's really not bad at all.
Let's turn on, can you turn on that light right there? On the other side of the wall here? should brought my flashlight. But seems to blend in pretty well.
Yeah.
Got some spots I kind of missed, maybe.
But still, I think if you go over them again, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, manage that.
Yeah.
Maybe get the edge here. It's kind of like pussyfooting the edge a bit because I'm trying to avoid getting on the wall. It's still going to take the wall after, obviously. I can't tell if some of these things are shadows or if it's.
It looks like you're doing a good job, honestly. I don't think that some of them aren't shadows.
Spider web there.
Hi, Johnny Joe.
Trying to see why this stuff is on sale. You gotta shake it a lot.
Hey, Turbulent Ho. Yeah, it is like 1 minute from our house, Johnny Doe.
This is hard and tiring.
Yeah, we're gonna verbo it.
Okay, well, we do have another can of this, but this stuff's kind of tricky to use because it gets so clogged. That's coming out pretty good. Well, Still feels like we need more here.
You're doing great. It looks good.
Thanks. I'm pleased the solution appears like it's going to work just fine.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting there. Ugh. I do have another can. Okay. This is getting pretty low.
Yeah, we both smoke weed. Sean says I approve of this landlord maintenance.
Thanks. Okay. Well. We're looking pretty good here.
It's getting a bit fumy.
Yeah. I think that's enough for right now. That's enough painting in here. It doesn't get nearly as fumy with the paint that you put on the walls. Like
Yeah.
the wall on
No,
paint.
it's true.
Oh. So here's the kitchen.
Oh, I turned it around.
We just painted this white as well as the living room. It's kind of, I guess, a slightly bluish white, maybe. I'm not sure if you call that a bluish white or not. But I still need to get some spots here and there. I can see, like, I didn't get right here around this very carefully. So I've obviously got more white to do. I've got a whole nother gallon of white to do it with. And I need to do the trim, which we got blue for the trim. And we got the white for the trim in the bedrooms. So we're really coming along here. Really coming along. And I'm very pleased that that white spray paint works as we needed to. I gotta get that thing now. Alright, let's see what kind of battery it takes. This thing is beeping because it needs a new battery, I guess. Okay, well, let's get a screwdriver. A screwdriver will help. Here's a screwdriver.
A screwdriver?
Okay, this takes a 9-volt battery. So we have these at home.
That's good.
Just leave that like that for now. I'm sure before we actually start running this, the county's gonna come make sure we have this. And
You might have to get a vent over the couch area.
oh yeah, I'm gonna put something over that thing for sure. I'm not gonna just leave it like that. There's this here, you see. This puts out warm air, but it needs to have some kind of covering on it anyway. Like this. Something like this. There's a number of things we still have to do, but we're making progress, you know? And if I'm going to make more progress while still here, the last thing I really want to do while I'm here right now is move that box spring out of there. So, first thing to do regarding moving that box spring out of there, which I stupidly put the tarp over like a dummy. I was lazy. I was like, oh, I could just do this. No, Eric. No. Don't be a dumbass. So now I'm going to have to go like this. I need to get my cutter. I got my cutter. This is my cutter. Now we're going to cut along here. Alright. Now we should be able to pull this out of here. Well, I'm gonna have to cut more. That's fine. Just cut it. Oh, here as well. We will cut it on this side too. I need to replace this razor blade. Okay, now I'm gonna pick this up. We're gonna move it. I don't even need that big pusher, I just move it like this. Move it out here and into this other bedroom. I'll show you. Put it right down here. There.
Yeah, good.
Perfect. Now you need to tape this down like this. So I got some tape right there. There should be plenty extra slack because this was previously going over the box spring. Tape that there. Tape that like so. And then take this along the edge here. Take this
No, you didn't. I must have pressed the microphone by accident.
Oh. I like Torben. What's the origin or meaning? Apparently we were muted for a second. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry.
Why don't we step outside for a cigarillo before we go back home?
Okay.
I could go try to hit those corners with this spray paint before we go as well. Maybe would make sense.
Yeah.
Try to get that all done. This is the deck we're standing on now. Scandinavian, huh? Dark chocolate is for dark souls, huh? Personally, I like dark chocolate.
I like it too.
I also frequently call Rachel my sexual chocolate.
Oh, that's true.
Apparently, we're going to be treated to a little chainsawing while we're out here.
You know what? It's funny. I was thinking that like we traded leaf blowers for
Chainsaws?
However, we got a lot less chainsaws than
Yeah.
one blower.
Weekends tend to be chainsaw days.
Yeah.
She's hitting the pipe, actually. She's not hitting the bong. We didn't bring the bong over.
But yes, I'm still coughing, even though I'm taking.
WWE's Mark Henry was nicknamed Sexual Chocolate. Oh. Well, he ain't got nothing on Rachel.
Thanks, Faye.
You're welcome. Chainsaws are illegal in Nicaragua? Huh. Well, I mean, a lot of gas-powered power tools supposedly are going to be illegal in California pretty soon.
What is?
Gas-powered tools like
so
that.
that would be illegal.
Well, I mean, that's what's being suggested by some of the ads in like the hardware stores and stuff.
Oh.
Get them while you still can.
So you can have it if you already have a gas-powered chainsaw. You can have it, but you can't buy it.
Yeah, well, for a variety of gas-powered things, I think too. It's not just chainsaws. You don't like dark chocolate, huh? Well, I don't know. I like it. That's so sweet.
I like it too, especially if there's like some sort of like raspberry like filling. Those roosters.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, Rachel. I keep thinking, would it really be such a terrible idea to paint the outside of this?
No. Do you want to put the effort into that? We're gonna have to figure out ladder.
Yeah, well, I have ladders. I have multiple ladders. I'm not worried about that. But it's pretty drab.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anything's been done to. Well, maybe it has. It looks like there's no paint.
Show
They
the.
should have kept the old wood.
Yeah.
Right? It looks pretty. But yeah.
Okay, see that's something I don't want to do is sand them.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just surprised that they painted over it because the wood underneath is really nice.
I guess that's paint, huh?
Yeah.
It's painted
like
kind
it.
of drab brown. Beige.
I mean, that sounds like 1981 to me.
Like if we were to paint it that kind of red barn color, I think it might be more appealing as a verba,
I
you
do
know?
too, yeah. Barn stuff is very in right now.
And you know, Boba Fett's got a point. It wouldn't be super expensive and wouldn't kill us to do a little landscaping here.
Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily here, but
The driveway.
like in the circle thing there in
Yeah.
between, put some plants, and then over here. Obviously, we could this time of year plant for spring or something. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
But that's not really a long-term solution because come winter, everything will die. Shave it all off. I'm not going to shave it all off, but I do plan to give myself a haircut pretty soon. Cope, don't seethe. Darker Crew says, keep it all bushy. Skip Barn Red and go for Chainsaw Massacre Red. Might be a little too red, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's like whatever color, even if we were to do some kind of brown or something, this paint looks old and drab, you know? The existing paint job does. So, like to do something about that. That'd be worth doing something about. Is it 1:30 yet? Yes, it's 1:35 now. All right, I think it's time to go back to the other house and see about game number 2 of the day. The Green Bay Packers are traveling to Philadelphia to play the Philadelphia Eagles. You thought we were being dirty when you answered?
I was gonna say, if I make eye contact with a neighbor, I'll say hello.
Yeah, sure. Good idea. But if they're not looking at you, then
I'm not gonna go out of my way.
Yeah. After all, we're not living here. Although, I'm sure the neighbors would be pleased to have information about what's going on, you know.
Yeah.
Like, what's happening with that house there? All right, let's turn off the heater. We don't need to waste propane or electricity. But maybe I should just hit this one more time before we go. I'll get the other new can of paint. Gonna get some of these corners here a bit more.
I'll help with the camera. I'm just gonna put this away.
Okay.
It's like spray paint for ceilings. Specifically for like watermarks and stuff like that. We have soot marks because of candles. Yes.
I think it's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, it is. Hi, Mio Popovic. Mihailo, yeah. CK says, nice job.
Thanks. There, I think we're about done.
Yeah. You got it.
What do we think?
Good. It looks really good.
Good to me. No, it's hard to see if like this is.
Yeah, it looks like it's. KE says, man, this episode is too happy. It bodes badly for what's to come. Oh, with your Chinese show? Prison McPox says, what are we getting into? All hail everyone. Chinese drama. Angst incoming, the death flags were raised too high. Oh. Good noticing, KE.
I think we're done.
It looks really good. Like, way better than I thought it was going to turn out.
Yeah, we'll wait till, again, it's all dried and you can look all even. It looks a little bit yellowish when it's wet, but then when it dries white.
Mm.
Okay. I feel like we accomplished quite a bit.
I think so too.
However, I am going to bring the big pusher back with us. So can you carry that?
Yeah.
Are you ready to go downstairs now?
I have to get my bag.
Okay. I'll carry this downstairs then and I'll see you then.
Okay. Are we leaving it unlocked?
Good job, us.
Good job, us.
I'll go home and I will make some lunch and we can watch some football. Probably still stream too. I don't see any reason to stop. Alright, so we are off now. Back to the other house. As always, There will be a short interruption in the stream as we leave this Wi-Fi and before we get to the next Wi-Fi. So see you then in a minute or two. Look at that house there. Okay. We left the lights on in the kitchen. I'll have to come back and turn those off later. That's fine. But imagine it red.
I think it'd be great. Look great. It's red.
We're going into the garage. And we're back. We're back and we did a wonderful job.
Yeah.
I just have to take this out now.
Big pusher. I was wondering what the pusher was.
Yeah. Well, I was going to use it to move that box spring, but I didn't need to. The box spring was easier to move than I anticipated.
It's toasty in here.
Yeah. Satya Nadella is from India. Well, good for Satya Nadella. I'm not from India. I'm from America. So next time I go over there, I'm going to go over there with my very bright flashlight as well. So that I can really get a view of whether it's matching the color or not. Oh, I left this on, unfortunately. Well, say lovey. Let's turn on the football game. Then I'm gonna make. What do you guys want to eat? Do you want to eat sausage sandwiches? Do you want to eat hamburgers? What do you guys want? Normally I'd ask Rachel, but I'll leave it up to our guests today. What do you guys want to eat? I could do, in theory, I could do chicken and rice. You want chicken and rice? Burgers, says Darko Crude. When is the Verbo coming up? Well, when I'm done getting it ready, you know? When I'm done getting it ready, and then we gotta complete, hopefully by the spring, hopefully by early spring. We're gonna need to also put an air conditioner in there because right now there's no air conditioning and it gets hot up here in the summer, which is the busy season. So we're not having risotto, okay? That's too hard to cook. What do I look like? Gordon Ramsay?
What about Gordon Ramsay?
Someone suggested I cook risotto for lunch.
Oh.
And I said, what do I look like, Gordon Ramsay?
For real?
I can't cook risotto.
No, neither can I. Risotto is incredibly different.
It's notoriously difficult to cook, yeah. But I could cook rice and chicken if we wanted for lunch, Rachel.
Sure.
I did clean the rice pot.
Cool, thank you.
And with all this good football on today, the game I'm most looking forward to is at 5 o'clock, and it's the USC women's basketball game. Although it probably won't be a very good game.
Why?
Well, because we're playing unranked Penn State team, we tend to blow out lesser teams. But that's fine. That's a problem. You know, I'm happy to have that problem.
It'll be like practice for them.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get to the beginning of this football game here. And the National Football League. Yeah, American cops are not as bad as everybody thinks. It's a good observation.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fumble on the very first play of the game?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Keep in mind, I'm a little bit behind real time, so if you're watching the game in real time, don't be a spoiler. The Eagles recover it. First play of the game.
Whoa,
Green Bay fumbles. Eagles recover it.
Fighting over, jeez. Wait, who has it? Oh no, and then bounced out. It's been like.
That's helmet to helmet, but I guess it's legal. He's got it.
So Green Bay then, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'd suggest that they review that, but I don't know if they will or not. It is warm in here. I'm going to take off this jacket. I think I might turn down the heater a couple degrees, too.
Oh, it comes out of the Green Bay guy.
But he recovers, it seems like.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to look at. They're going to see who has recovery of the ball. They stop the game to shut it down to take a look at it. He's got to get possession of the ball, maintain it, and they have to have a clear shot of that to give it back to Green Bay. How clear can it be when there's 12 people laying on top of them? That's a fair question.
All right. Well, they figure out that whose football is a question. Let's start cooking the lunch with the Italian flair. Hi. We're not going to be cooking Italian food, though. So, Rachel, what would you prefer to have? Burgers, sausage sandwich, or chicken and rice?
Chicken and rice.
All right, chicken and rice it is. We're going to start by cleaning the pan in the Italian style.
My grandma used to always have her pan cleaned. She kind of taught me how to clean.
Yeah?
Yeah. How to wipe off the counters.
I was kind of spoiled as a kid. I didn't really have to do any dishes.
No, she did them herself, but she taught me like so that I knew for myself, like.
Listen here, little girl.
Yeah.
You need to wash the dishes like this.
Yeah, not the dishes, the counters.
Oh, the counters.
Yeah.
Well, our counters could use a little cleaning.
Yeah, they could.
But I'll get to that. You know, we're in what I would call post-sleepy week time at this point. It's post-sleepy week. I'm feeling pretty energetic.
That's good.
This morning I got up a little too early, then I went back to bed for a couple hours.
Good. I vaguely remember that.
Yeah. Now when you cook the rice, this time I'm going to only make 1.5 cups of rice instead of 2 cups of rice.
Why?
Because we had too much rice last time.
Okay.
I ended up just throwing away a lot of rice. So I'm going to do 1.5 cups of rice. That means 3 cups of water. I used to just do 1 cup of rice for the 2 of us. But then I upped it to a cup and a half. And I said, fuck it, I might want fried rice later. I'll just do 2 cups. One cup of rice plus 1/2 cup of rice. That'll do it for the rice. Next, what we're going to do, we're going to get the water. Okay. We get the water. And 1 cup of water. And a 2 cup of water. And a 3 cup of water. And a little bit of extra water. Because I get slightly less than a full cup of water, and slightly more than a full cup of rice. I like to do that. Now we're going to jostle. Jostle so the rice doesn't clump up or anything. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to put this rice onto the fire at high flame for 9 minutes. Alright, then once it comes to a firm boil, we'll put it on low flame for another 25 minutes. And we'll have some delicious rice. But in the meantime, we gotta wait for that rice to boil. And then we can get started on the chicken at that point too. It's already 7-0 Eagles. Green Bay is feeling like, hey, what happened? I've got to go so I can be home before the melting snow refreezes. Good luck getting home. Hello, Simple Girl. How you doing? Bye, Darko Crude. We're making chicken and rice. We're watching a little football. We're just having a pleasant Sunday. We just got back from the other house where I did some more touching up on the ceiling with the white spray paint.
If you had to achieve 1,000 reps in one exercise, which would you pick? Squats, calf raises, ab crunches, push-ups, pull-ups, dips.
Why isn't chin-ups one of the choices?
Ooh, chin-ups.
I choose chin-ups. Other than that, I guess squats maybe. I don't know, whatever's least painful.
Squats 1.
Squats 1, huh? Mm-hmm. Calf raises, says Simple Girl. Thanks, Simple Girl, for saying I'm doing well on that project. I'm making good progress. Green Bay has the ball after a disastrous opening to this game in which, oh my goodness, in which they fumbled on the opening kickoff. Jordan Love just almost threw an interception on his first pass of the game. All right, let's pull some bong rips now. It's time to pull some delicious bong rips. Little misdirection in the running game here from Green Bay. Nets him a couple of yards on a fake sweep into a counter. Simple girl is not a complicated guy. She is. I have confidence that she is an actual woman.
Who?
Simple girl.
Oh yeah.
Newsom and Bass are doing an awesome job for California. Okay, well, I would say no, not so much. This is going to be another blowout, it looks like. That's a nice punt. That's a nice punt. You know, you can't win a football game by punting well. I'm sorry. Not just by punting well, anyway. Hello, Excelsior. How are you? Did I inhale any? Yeah, I got a little fumy. You know, got a little fumy. I couldn't get into it. I started it, but I didn't get into it. Evangelion. Alerts identified. Oh no. So many guesses, yet none are accurate. Belgium. People from Belgium are known as Belges. Yeah, I watched JoJo. I liked it. It was good. Why stick to Europe? I don't know. What are we guessing about? I guess Norway. I guess Norway with my second guess Zimbabwe. I'm surprisingly hungry. I'm looking forward to No, William, I said Belges. Who's my favorite JoJo? I don't remember it. You know, it's been a while since I watched it. I wasn't quite as enamored with it as some other people were.
If this were to be someone that you know, who would it be?
I don't know. I don't know anybody who looks like that, really.
Well, I feel like it would be me.
Well, sure. I mean, you're the only girl I know, really, besides Delilah.
Yeah, and it could be her too, right? Because like the purple hair.
Well,
I feel like that would be me.
Okay.
Except the hat. Without the hat.
Sure. Poland or Czechia? Czechia?
That's the Czech Republic, right?
Right, Czechia.
My sister's in Czechia.
The U.S. and Canada should merge. It would be something. It would be something.
Oh my god, that'd be so big.
I don't think Canada wants to become part of the U.S. and we definitely don't want to become part of Canada. What about Israel? That's a country. In contrast, Palestine is not a country. But they'd like to be. All right, let's go check on the food.
America's #1 sport. brother of yours? I'm doing the Fango Kicker Destiny 3. I'll finally be a kicker. As I always dreamed. Yeah. You'll never be a kicker, Eli. You'll just have to be a quarterback like me and Dad.
Let's go all the way up to current time. We'll just watch it live.
Banged up, and they really can't afford to lose.
Like the olden days.
Probably their best offensive lineman has had a terrific season.
Alright. I timed this just about right. There's 10 seconds left. $25 minutes. Okay. Now let's take a gander at this. Alright, smells a little bit burny. All then, the beat goes on. Alright, so we're going to take these two chicken breasts. We're going to open them like so. Always cut away from yourselves, kids. Get out of there. Okay. There. Now I've got two chicken breasts in the pot, the pan. Unfortunately, we don't have any white wine left, and I don't want to cook these in red wine. So, I'm going to put some water. I'm going to put it on like high for a little while, then I'll simmer it, you know. If it's the wrong one. Put a little water on it. We'll put a little bit of gin on it too. Smells like gin. Unsurprisingly. I'm going to also put a little bit of soy sauce in it. Just a sprinkle or two. And I can tell already I'm going to need a little bit more water than this in there. But you know what I'm going to do instead of doing water? I'm going to be smart. I have a perfect thing to use instead of water. It's not, even though it's not white wine. I might even have a white wine out here, but I'm not sure if I do. Okay. I'm going to put one of these Stella Artois in. That'll be perfect. All right. That'll be better than water. Not as good as white wine, but better than water. That way I don't have to waste one of my non-alcoholic beers. Alright, now we can just let that go full blast, more or less for the duration of the of the rice. Just turn those over at some point. I just serve it on top of the rice as complete breasts, you know, rather than chopping it up into pieces like I normally would do. And we're going to have a delicious lunch in a little while. And everyone's going to be like, wow, Eric, what a good lunch.
It's one that knows your world.
Yeah, well, I don't want to waste non-alcoholic beer, which I drink, on cooking, because I drink it. I don't drink alcohol, so I'd rather use the beer with alcohol in it for cooking than non-alcoholic beer. Partially because I want the alcohol in the cooking part. You know, it's like maybe you don't want to drink alcohol, but you do want to cook with alcohol, and you want the alcohol to actually be alcohol because it'll burn off all the alcohol, so you don't get any intoxicating effect from it. But it's a good degreaser. You know, or like, what do they call that? You know, keep shit from sticking to the bottom of the pan. Right, this is what I get. Make some delicious coffee here. Fresh pot. Rachel, you want me to make you a cup, or you want to make it yourself? Okay, I'll make where you're from. I'll make Rachel a cup of coffee too. And this seems like a more sane pot of coffee than we've been making lately. I've been making them a little too strong. I tried to make this one still strong, but not quite so strong. Regardless, it's still strong enough that this is a double creaming requirement coffee. You gotta cream it with a non-dairy creamer first, while it's still nice and hot. Then you gotta top off with this milk. Now you got yourself two very delicious coffees. I'll be right back for you. Okay. Take a look at our chickens. Smells like beer and soy sauce. Philadelphia Eagles are moving the ball again. I'm 6'1" and 143. What to do? Do you want to get chubbier? Is that what you're saying? You want to put on more weight? I don't know. I'm 6'5", 180, and I don't seem to really ever put on weight or really lose weight that much either.
Get the flu.
You get the flu? You can take Ozempic.
Yep, you can take Ozempic.
You can take reverse Ozempic.
Yeah.
It makes your head look very small.
Yeah,
he's trying to get heavier, I think, right?
Eat spaghetti. Like, have, like, an athlete's diet.
You got to eat the spaghetti.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Any kind of pasta. The spaghetti is, like, very, very... You can fill up on it, like, and eat a lot of the carbs. You'll put on...
You could try Eric's all bread diet.
Mm-hmm.
We just get Hawaiian rolls, King's Hawaiian rolls, and you just eat those all the time. It's a good diet. Or, says Johnny Doe, hear me out, risotto. Okay, well, again, Johnny Doe, the problem with risotto is not that it's a bad dish or that it's not good for whatever, it's that it's impossible to make well. It's like even the people who
Takes so
like
much
risotto,
time.
they too have their idea of the rice should be exactly this much toothiness.
Yeah, and like it takes a long time for risotto like to be on like in the pan like.
And you gotta stir it the whole time.
It's a long process for a good risotto. Like.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to nix your risotto idea again, Johnny Doe, for the same reason. Okay, it's too difficult. Unless you want to get canned risotto. Do they have
What?
canned risotto?
I mean, it'd probably be like disgusting, but they might.
They might have canned risotto.
I'm sure people would buy it, right? Like it'll be like sticky.
I don't know. I'm not a huge risotto fan, even when I get it in a restaurant that's made well and stuff.
Would you rather rice?
Yeah, I'd rather just have regular rice
Yeah.
and put soy sauce on it.
Or would you choose potato?
Well, if it's an Italian restaurant, I'd probably choose potato because I would want regular rice with soy sauce, and they're probably not going to have soy sauce at the Italian restaurant. I don't know. That's just how I like rice. I like rice with soy sauce on it.
Me too. I like the teriyaki on it also.
Teriyaki's good too. All right, looks like the Eagles are going to score again here. Is this channel about home improvement and home economics kind of a Bob, Via, and Julia Child combo? Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Today it is. It's also a football channel. Are we guessing Kay's country? I think I already guessed it right. Liechtenstein. Kay's a Liechtensteinian. Is that what people from Liechtenstein are called? Or are these called licks? Is that like a slur people use against people from Liechtenstein? You licks. You dirty licks. What made you get into football? I was raised in a family with my dad and my mom. My dad he really liked college football especially, but he watched all the sports. Football, basketball, baseball. My mom was the biggest baseball fan. But I spent a lot of time either watching football with my parents as a kid or being taken to football games. I saw a lot of USC football games at the Coliseum and at away stadiums. We traveled to go see football games. So I was just kind of steeped in football as a kid. I never wanted to play it, but I always liked to watch it.
How do I feel about soccer? I don't want to play it because it's so long, but I enjoy watching it.
It's a lot of running.
It's so much running. I mean, football is tougher. You're really beating up your body.
Okay, you may not owe anybody your private information, but I don't owe you any obligation to not share the fact that you're from Liechtenstein. So just deal with it. What made you become a cheerleader in a previous life? Good question, Putty Cat. I think it's my passion for cheers, chants, and other rhythmic talking things.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, it's not just when I'm cheering. Sometimes it'd be like, come on now, let's go to the store. It's time to go and get some more groceries. That's just how
That's
I
so
am.
good.
Yeah, it's a good cheer for going to get groceries,
Yeah,
right?
it is. Like, there's no way that you weren't a cheerleader in past life.
Right? What was my dad's type? My dad's type was ESTJ. And, you know, well, KE, deal with it. It's what I do. I violate your privacy. That's what I do. I tell people you're from Liechtenstein. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and spill it. She's part of the Liechtensteinian royal family, actually.
Oh.
She's the kind of the dark sheep of the family. She was excluded from the lineage for in line for the crown or whatever because she had an affair with somebody from Estonia, and people from Estonia are the sworn enemies of Liechtensteinians.
That sounds like a novel someone would write.
Well, it's Kay's life. Now she's living in disgrace, switching back and forth between Oslo and Barcelona. And she's also, people don't generally know this, I'm not supposed to say this part, but she does a little bit of work for the CIA. Because, she's there anyway, might as well. So there you go, KE. Now I have stripped you of all of your privacy, told all of your secrets. Was that so bad? I don't think so. No, you didn't get to keep any money. In fact, the Liechtensteinian secret police keep robbing you of your money.
You really know a lot about her.
I do. Yeah, I've studied her extensively in college. What is your advice for saving for a successful retirement? I don't know. Have rich parents who do that for you and then inherit it. That's my advice.
Good advice.
That is good advice. Hey, I also work with the CIA, KE, so I'm protected from you. I'm your superior in the CIA because you're not even American. You're an asset. I'm an agent. No, it's fine. The CIA told me I could tell people because the people wouldn't believe me anyway. German League? I'm not in the German League. I'm in the American League of Americans. I am your wife's ex. Is she 40 years old? She's almost 40 years old. I don't think my wife ever went out with anybody named Ayush Singh. I don't watch chess. No, I don't watch chess. Seems a little dull.
I have not dated an Irish thing.
Although I did have Rachel's actual ex come into a stream one time.
Yep.
He seemed pleasant. He seemed fine.
He ended up liking you in the end. He said he would vote for you.
Oh, that's good. Oh no. Don't tell me my hair would fall out. DW, I don't have any kids with any royals they don't want to take from me. I didn't say you had any kids. Okay, I said you were originally a princess, a Liechtensteinian princess, but you're now living in disgrace.
It's a tricky. Oh no!
Picked off. Wow, the Eagles are gonna run away with this one. Do you just dab unironically? Rachel, what are your top 3 favorite New Kids on the Block songs? Good question.
Hanging Tough. And this is in no particular order. Hanging Tough, The Right Stuff, and Step by Step.
What's your favorite soccer team in the world, Johnny? Don't ignore me, bro. My favorite soccer team in the world? Well, I guess the current U.S. women's national soccer team, probably, because they no longer have those horrible bitches, and it's a good team. It's got we always got a chance to be best in the world in women's soccer. In men's soccer, we've always got a chance to maybe make it out of the group stage if we're lucky one year. So, who wants to root for that team? Nirvana or cigarette after sex? Cigarette? I don't really have a favorite genre, per se. I like things that are good. The fire is far from me. Hundreds of miles from me. Can you add people with a white background block? How can you add people? I don't know exactly. I don't normally do that, or I don't really participate in the chat that much. I'm not sure how that's done. So here's my theory. Rachel is an actual NSA agent. Rachel's an NSA agent, huh? It's a little tech heavy for her, don't you think? Or is that just all part of her act? You work for the National Security Agency, Rachel?
No.
I'm not sure if you only see the white block behind your own name or not. If you type their name, they will see the white background and no one else. I see. Do you think they could have stopped the fire, or is it boxed? Voxel. How many girlfriends you had in the past? Asks Ayush saying. I don't know. I've had 2 ex-wives. This is my 3rd wife. All right, let me go check on the food. I smell the chicken starting to come together. You just gotta turn these chickens over. And I'm gonna cooked all the way through. They appear to be fine. Okay. There's a minute left on the rice. And then there's going to be a 5-minute resting period for the rice. I'll let this chicken continue to go for that period of time. Hopefully most of the rest of this liquid will boil off. And then we'll be good to go. We got 50 seconds, 45 seconds or so until the rice gets turned off. And you can see this is boiling away. But it kind of tunes down its boil when you take the lid off, obviously. All right. Now it's time to turn off the rice. And we'll put this on for 5 minutes. And when it rings, it'll all be done. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah.
Do I like classical music? I don't dislike classical music. Yeah, I know the chicken's done. But I want to boil down some of the liquid to become a bit of a sauce, kind of. I don't need a meat thermometer. I know how to cook chicken. I overcook chicken, sure. Because it's better to overcook chicken than undercook chicken. But I guess I'm expecting too much to expect all this water to boil off like that. So I'll just turn it off.
I think you're doing great.
I'll give it 3 more minutes on the rice resting. Thanks, darling. Actually, I'll leave this light on for a moment. Just turn this light on. We have to go back to the other house to turn the kitchen lights off. I saw when we were driving away that I left them on. What do you think? Why do you think Mint says BS? I didn't say it was BS. I think it's just a bunch of dumb, smart people circle jerking about their intelligence. Does that mean it's BS? It's a dumb waste of time, if you ask me. Try to say, like, I'm so smart that I'm in the smart people's club. It seems not a very smart thing to do to me, but, you know, it's just me and my opinion. My opinion is Mensa Schmensa. Yeah, okay. I could take the chicken out and then I could boil down that liquid, reduce it to make it into more of a sauce thing. That's a good idea. You're not wrong. But I'll probably just put the chicken on the rice and then we can just add either teriyaki or soy or both. And that'll just be sauce enough. That's what I'm thinking. I already told you where she's from. She's from Liechtenstein. Don't be racist against Liechtensteinians, okay? Or dirty licks, as we sometimes call them.
Oh.
Those dirty licks. Up to their Liechtensteinian nonsense again. No, don't be like that, is what I'm saying. Don't be racist like that towards Liechtenstein. John's right. To be more specific, she's from West Liechtenstein. To be more specific, she's from an area in Liechtenstein known as West Ontario.
I'm from West Ontario.
Wow.
Yeah.
They got a lot of push on that. The Green Bay Packers, I don't think have given up on this game yet. They're only down by 10 points. Yeah, West Ontario, born and raised. The forest is where I spent most of my days, wrestling with grizzlies and meeting some beavers. I forget the rest of the words to it.
I like that song.
Yeah. From the show The Fresh Prince of West Ontario. All right, Green Bay. Well, there's a completed pass for a few yards. But it certainly appears as though the Philadelphia Eagles are making the Green Bay Packers work for every yard. Oh my God, Eric, what's that thing you got in your hand? What is it? This is a rice scooper. Okay? If you don't have a rice scooper, you should get one. They're perfect for guess what? Scooping rice. That's right. That's some pretty darn perfect rice, I must say. Came out perfect.
You came out perfect.
Thanks, darling. It was all thanks to the combination of my dad's sperm and my mom's ovum. All right. That part's good to go. I'm going to soak this pot so that it's easy to clean later on. And we're going to put some chicken on each of these. Got one of these big pieces and one of these small pieces. One of these big pieces, one of these small pieces. And we'll just pour this out. We don't need this juice anymore. We just pour that out. And we'll clean this pan later. Alright. Next, what we're going to do, we're going to get a spoon or a fork, maybe. Et voilà, et voilà. Now, we'll take these into the oven and we'll come back for sauces. Here you go, lady.
Thank you, mister.
Alright, so we're going to need two sauces primarily.
Thanks for your SI.
Sure. Those two sauces are soy and teriyaki. I'm probably gonna start all soy and then maybe segue to teriyaki. Rachel may go a little more teriyaki first out the gate. I'm not sure.
Yep, I am.
Okay. Make it a little less cave-like in here. Opening those things up. Green Bay looks like they're threatening to score. Well, that didn't go anywhere. But you know, it's if Green Bay were to score a touchdown here, even a field goal, make it a one-score game. Yes, the chicken's a little overcooked. Quote, Bresky, what are you, the cops?
So good.
Nice. Rachel, what do you think about this chat?
I think it's great.
She says she thinks it's great. Female Eric. We're talking about someone in the chat saying they want a female version of Eric. Well, I'm not sure what that would look like. I'm trying to picture myself, you know, as a woman. I guess it would just be like, "Hi, I'm a woman." Because that's how women are all the time.
The chicken's great.
Thanks. It's a little overcooked, but I appreciate the.
It's still not like dry as a bone.
Oh, I missed that. Hair trouble. Oh, Matthew McConaughey. He must have been like, well, shucks, I didn't go to any of those Diddy parties. Now all of a sudden he's in a bunch of commercials.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, kind of not all of a sudden. He's been in a bunch of commercials for a long time, but I don't think he does anything but commercials anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He does commercials and roots for Texas.
Mm-hmm.
No Kevin Hart. No.
I agree.
I say no to you, Kevin Hart. If I saw Kevin Hart in public, I'd say, fuck off, you Diddy loving shitbag.
Yeah, really. Gross.
Kevin Hart, he's this horrible comedian, I guess. Mostly he just does commercials. That's what he really does.
Unlike Matthew McConaughey, probably, who hasn't been to Diddy parties. They're both in commercials.
That missed field goal hurts. Like, you know, if Green Bay's gonna have a serious chance to upset the Eagles, they need every point they have an opportunity to get, you know? You don't pull off upsets by missing very makeable field goals. That wasn't super long or anything. I mean, wasn't short, but you're trouble.
How many times do you think we put him off the bed last night?
I don't know. I think you were more busy with that last night than me.
Is that alright? Is that alright?
Of course, yeah. I mean, I feel like, oh, good, she's putting him down. I don't have to. I mean, there are times where I don't really mind him in bed, but, you know, if it's bothering either of us at all, we should put him down.
Yeah, because I know he's there. Keep up speed.
He can be pretty sneaky. Sometimes I don't know he's there. You know, it's like he snuck back in. Torvin, don't disclose Sean's private information.
You did disclose
KE's.
KE's.
Well, I'm going to disclose Sean's as well, because what Sean doesn't want you to know is that he is the Estonian with whom KE had an affair that caused her to have to live in exile and disgrace. And what's become known as the Estonian-Liechtenstein crisis, or simply the crisis if you're from the region. But like I said, listen, guys, you can still stay in touch here. I'm talking with many people. No one will know. I'll keep your identity secret. And I have until this moment. And I just said, enough secrecy, enough lies.
Wow.
It's time for the truth to come out. Let the chips fall where they may. I'm just telling the truth and letting it all hang out. Oh yeah, you're 39, Sean, but you fuck like you're 25. That's what KE told me anyway. Yeah, for real. Everything I'm saying is absolutely 100% true. Why would you doubt it? Why would anyone doubt anything that I'm saying here? It all makes such perfect sense. What do I think about Billie Eilish? I don't think she has really any good music. But, you know, I'm not listening to a lot of Billie Eilish. I think I'd like her better if her name were Silly Eyelash. Silly Eyelash. Pound, 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 pound. I'm hammering shit. It's the weekend, you know. Men around here, censor men, do censor men stuff. They hit things with hammers and chainsaw stuff. And I guess, you know, I'm doing censor man stuff myself right now. I'm painting. KE has so many different names, Sean. They call her the Black Viperess in some circles, or Lady Viper in other circles. They call her Death on Gossamer Wings is one of her nicknames. Obviously, in some intelligence circles, they refer to her as Beerstein to play on Liechtenstein. She's gone by aliases including Jennifer Connolly, Jennifer Connolly, Jennifer Connolly, and Sally Weathers. She has many aliases, but mostly Jennifer Connolly. KE's no sister kisser. Hell no. See you later, Excelsior. I wish you all the best in your excelsiations. It's like, what did I ever do to Liechtenstein to have to deal with all of their drama here in my live stream? You know, if you're here, besides KE, if you're here from the Liechtensteinian royal house, can you just get your own affairs in order, please? Damn Liechtenstein. I tell you who's to blame for all the world's problems. It's Liechtenstein, goddammit. All right, let's see what's going on in the football game. Well, the Packers still only down 10-0 and have the ball back again. So, you know, if they can score before half, anything's possible. Another holding penalty, huh? Maybe except, am I your Jennifer Connolly? Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Am I also your Sally Weathers? You don't want to be me anymore? You never were me, KE. You were never me. Never in a million years. I don't engage in shady arms dealings like you do. All my arms dealings are above board. I don't walk the line of criminality like you do, KE, okay? I'm a true patriot. KE points out on her resume that she has a license to kill, but what she doesn't tell you, she got that license to kill from all licenses all the time. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's barely worth the paper it's written on, you know?
Yeah.
Because they'll give you a license for anything there. -30 with wind in Canada. Huh, well, it's pretty chilly here. It's like 50 degrees. Do you guys use Fahrenheit in Canada? Or do you use Celsius? It's almost so cold out here that I need to wear a jacket outside. What kind of movie is it, SS? Maybe. Yeah, it'd probably take $100,000 to act in a movie if it's a regular movie. Not if it's pornographic in nature.
Can I visit you on set?
Of course. Both with mainly Celsius? Well, it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit here. I don't know what degrees Celsius that is, but... But it's pretty pleasant at this point. It's a nice winter day. Corvalina says, dude, I hate your music. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, he's talking about Shawn Mendes. Never mind. We really want you. Your face is gorgeous, brother. Well, thanks, SS. It's because I spent all day at the beauty parlor.
That's what you got up first for, huh?
I had to go to the beauty parlor.
What did they do?
They beautified me. They added beauty here, here, some beauty here. They gave me a little bit of a zit right here as a beauty mark.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. My grandmother used to say that. I'm going to the beauty parlor. What she really meant was like the hairdresser. But for her, I guess it was an all-purpose parlor. SS, that's a nice name, I guess. It's pronounced 30 below 0 Fahrenheit. 30 below 0 Celsius, I think, is actually colder than 30 below 0 Fahrenheit. But I'm not sure. At some point, they cross. My real name is Serenity.
When do you think, like, beauty parlors became, like...
Hairdressers?
No, like, when did... Because, like, beauty parlors so, like, ooh, this is like a spa treatment for beauty.
Well, yeah, she'd also curl her hair. My grandmother would.
Curling your hair was very popular.
Like, I went to the beauty parlor with her before, and she'd be sitting with curlers in her hair, you know, and then say she'd have to go over your head dryer. Oh, the interception. Wow. Was that a pick, or did he get it off the ground? Let's see. Looks like they're calling it incomplete. I want to see the review or the replay. So,
do you think it was like the 40s were like beauty parlors, or like the 50s?
I think it's post-war, probably.
50s?
Yeah. Like beginning in 47, 48, they started making those kind of things. And into the 50s, and the post-war economy started taking off. But I don't know, they still have those hair dryers that go over your whole head.
No,
Like that?
they don't.
They don't?
They don't recommend it anymore.
Why not?
I don't know. For some reason, like they say that in like direct heat is not good for your hair.
Well, I was gonna say they're bad for you because they're bad for your ears. They're loud.
Yeah, they are.
Hair dryers in general are bad for your ears. If you're a hairdresser, you'll get hearing loss because of using the hairdryer so much, even though if you're not blowing out your own hair. it's got a high, it's pitched badly for your ears, you know. That was a terrible interception, Jordan Love. You just threw it right to that guy.
Yeah, I did.
What do I think about Dario Nardi's work? I mean, he's putting the cart before the horse, right? It's like you need to make sure you've got people typed correctly before you start correlating certain brain scan data to certain functions, right? If you've got them typed incorrectly, then you're not going to have meaningful results. I think it's promising the idea, right? But there needs to be a something solid on the other side of it. But you know, he's an NFP. He's sloppy. He's sloppy in his work. I think he's an ENFP. Calgary Stampede has U.S. riders, smaller provinces, small rodeo like a small town, not worth going. Johnny, it's worth it if you were born in a small town. Safa. Safa Serenity. You know, I'm always open to doing any kind of like acting work or whatever. If anybody were to be serious about that. Oh, no flag, no flag. So Green Bay is going to try to hope to get into halftime here, just down by 10 points. That could easily have been called pass interference, but it wasn't.
I wonder if on set I'll learn to like laugh with a pause because like you can't like laugh during the scene. I mean, you can like maybe the first time and you have to do it over, but they prefer like you have to be quiet.
Rubenar says, I've been using this electric PC duster air blower to blow dry my hair. It's cool. If you stand in front of the PC, you can dry your hair and dust your PC simultaneously. And then you could huff it too. What are you doing? Oh, just huffing keyboard cleaner. Melissa talked. I don't know. I don't think she's going to be making any more videos. I think she found it too difficult to do in an environment where people are critiquing her claims on, you know, logical justification driven grounds, and she's understanding it as kind of an authentic, her own authentic understanding of her identity by FI. Well, in that case, you know, she's not going to find that this YouTube environment is particularly conducive to her bullshit for very long. Too many people know better than that, at least. What do I think about Joyce Mang? I think she's fine, you know. I think she's wrong a lot about typing. I've typed plenty of people that she's typed wrong before. But, you know.
What do you think she should be doing instead of typing?
I mean, I don't know. She can do what she wants. If she wants to type people, she can type people. Like, I might think it's bad because it's, you know, providing people misinformation slash disinformation. But I mean, I think it's worse for me to tell her that she shouldn't be able to do what she wants, you know.
Yeah.
So it looks like going into half, 10-0, Philadelphia Eagles. Congratulations to you, Philadelphia Eagles, for winning the first half of the game. Got some news for you, though. Can't win a game in one half. Look at the full forecast. What I'm seeing here is high of 49 today, high of 54 tomorrow, 57 on Tuesday, 60 on Wednesday, 59 on Thursday, 57 on Friday, 54. So mid 50s for all the next week or so. Sunny mid 50s. Very pleasant, but I think Rachel and I both would like to get a little bit of more weather, Snow would be nice, rain would be fine. I'm looking at the clouds here. Let's see. Just doesn't really look like they're gonna come hit us,
No.
Looks like they're just avoiding us.
Yeah, it really does look like it's avoiding us. It's been avoiding us for a while.
Yeah. So we'd like to get some precipitation. The fires in Southern California may very well impact weather. A lot of times after there's big forest fires, the smoke ends up, I guess, gathering water particles around it and becoming like a rainstorm. But that can affect weather, for many miles around. At least in theory. Joyce would be good at hosting Tupperware parties. I think she would. I think she'd be great. Good night, strangers. I need to be responsible and try at least to sleep. You do that, K.E. You do that.
Good night, Katie.
You can tell you're Liechtensteinian, ex-Liechtensteinian co-conspirators tomorrow that you need a new cover story because I blew your cover story today. And hopefully they'll help you come up with something new. Joyce plus an ESFJ friend. Okay, just the ESFJ friend. Ruben, that's mean. Okay, you're being mean. What type do you think Joyce is? I mean, I think Spacey's either an INTP or an INFP, one of the two. But yeah, I think he's probably an INTP. Ruben is doing fantastic. He's empowered me to answer for him when someone asks him how he is. He's doing spectacularly well. He's never done so well in his life. You're from your hometown, but you identify as somebody from London. Yeah, I've spoken. This is my new invention. It's a dental pick that's attached to your glasses, so that if while you're talking to somebody, you suddenly need to pick your teeth, you just go, "Excuse me a second."
That's an ENTP invention.
And you wipe it on your shirt, and then you just put it right back. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. What do we name my new invention? We could call it the See and Smile. We could call it the Pick Your View. we could call it we call it dental glasses.
Yeah.
So no, Spacey and I have no relationship at all. I made an attempt to sort of reconnect with them, but I don't know. I don't have enough information about the mortgage process in America. Well, what would be the case for the people who lost their homes in LA fires? Can't stop thinking about those people. Well, if they had a mortgage, then they had to have insurance that included fire insurance. So, in that case, for people who have mortgages, not such a big deal because that's part of the mortgage requirement. So, the big losers in those instances are the insurers. There's already some kind of like government subsidized forcing of the insurance companies to form like groups to do that, to do fire insurance, especially for places like where we live. It's much more concern for people like us who do not have a mortgage because we don't necessarily have insurance. I don't know if we do or not, to be honest. At one point I told Delilah to get it, but I don't know if she did.
Oh, we should get it.
I mean, you're not wrong. It'd probably be more expensive now. I mean, I know we don't have insurance on the other house.
No.
So sometimes you take your chances, would it be good to get it before summer? Yeah, but we're also still pretty safe because there were fire a few years ago that got a lot of the fuel around here, the big fuel. We're in kind of an isolated little pocket of area that wasn't burned, but it's hard to see exactly how the fire gets all the way here through all the burn areas when it's just scrubs and baby trees and stuff. Plus, it's not dry. It's not been a wet, not a dry winter. So even in the summer when it's not raining, it's still a lot less fire prone than if it's like in the second or third year of a drought, for example. I don't know what that noise is all
Yeah, I
about.
was wondering too.
Let's go over this side of the house. Someone's doing something. Could be the people with the street lights.
Yeah.
Could be Jay.
No, but I think you're right. I thought it was the people across the street.
You can still hear it, but not so bad. Light or eye?
Thanks for not caring that I like dress more like not feminine.
Yeah, it's so feminine.
You do?
Yeah, I think you look cute.
Thanks.
It's a little punky, but it's still feminine.
Thanks. I'll take punky. Punky.
Yeah, with the boots and the frizzled ends of the pants.
Yeah.
But
Do you think the frizzled pants are too much?
no, it's cute punky. It's like, instead of color blocking your style reference blocking.
Yeah, I am.
Your punk at the bottom, kind of kind of crop toppy in the middle,
Yeah.
and then kind of INFP gap up top.
Yeah.
Normal gap sweater would be less crop
It would be
toppy.
right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
would be less crop toppy and
This-
less bunchy around the arms.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's they're plain black with just the seams or whatever they're called.
Drop shoulder.
Just the lines that go.
Yeah, it's drop shoulder.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Right.
Yeah, it's boho style.
Boho. Okay, we'll call it that instead. So you got punk at the bottom, you got crop top at the middle, and you got boho on top.
Yeah, it is kind of a strange mix.
Looks good. I think it looks good.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you.
You always look good. I mean, I don't usually say anything because you always look good. You have
Thanks.
excellent taste in clothes and stuff.
Thank you.
Of course, darling. If I thought you weren't well aware of that, I would probably tell you more frequently.
I try just for me.
I think you try to dress well.
Yeah, I do.
You try to look good, I think you succeed.
Thanks.
I also believe that the children are our future. I do, yeah.
You know that song's on one of my playlists.
Is it?
Yeah. Cause I was paying this fake psychic money, and he is listen to this song for inspiration. So I put it on my Spotify playlist.
How long ago was this?
2000. Whoa. I don't know when I put it on my playlist. Probably 2018, maybe 17.
I said not recently.
No.
Okay. I don't want you any ill-intentioned or just unqualified psychics in your ear,
No, I learned my lesson.
And you also learned that the children are our future.
Yeah, I did in the process. Sorry, doggy.
All right, let's go inside, see what this says here. You have a rental property, says Austin Music, that has a crab infestation, and two smaller guys that rent it keep not letting me in to retrieve the crabs and clams I can wholesale them to them doing it. No, I don't know. I don't have any advice for that very, very strange scenario you're indicating. Always dress to impress yourself, says Skillet Destroyer, with a black heart. I don't know why the black heart. Is this a sex channel? No. This is just a regular channel. What do I think about Nietzsche's philosophy? I mean, I think it's nihilism and yeah. Skillet Destroyer says, we have the same style. I love it so much. Looking hella feminine, punky, cute, madam.
Thank you.
Says Skillet Destroyer. Thank you, Skillet Destroyer. Her name's Rachel. I don't have a disability check. I don't have any disabilities. Well, evict them. Mysterious 420X. I don't have any disability checks to send you, but since you're Mysterious 420X, I will transubstantiate you a bong rip, okay? Send me my gambling money. No, I'd rather gamble with gambling money. But I don't really have gambling money, sometimes I do gamble. But I don't have a bankroll or anything for gambling. I'm not that much of a gambler. All right, so I'll transubstantiate you this bong rip. Here we go. By the powers vested in me as archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to your head, Mysterious 428. May the blessings of the smoke be upon you. Thank you. Thanks. I will indeed. I will stay high. I do my best anyway. I work hard at staying high.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to stay high when you smoke so much pot as I do, but I make a concerted effort to do so. Oops. So I think we're going to let this game play a little bit longer, and then it's kind of nice to have a little errand to run. Then maybe we'll go back over, turn off those lights that I left on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got to turn off the lights in the other house. We could check out the ceiling. I'm going to bring my flashlight so we can look at it with a flashlight, as well as the light and whatever remaining daylight we have. And you know what? Green Bay's defense does not seem to be giving up a whole lot of anything to Philadelphia's offense. Do I like fantasy movies? I do. I do like fantasy movies. Do you drink coffee? Yes. What do I drink? It's just like Folgers,
Mm-hmm.
or sometimes U-Ban we get. We don't get any kind of special coffee. I don't think it's really better. I think just making just Folgers is great. Was hash really popular in the U.S. in the 90s? It was a lot more popular then than it is now. You never see hash anymore. You see other kinds of concentrate, but not hash. Wow, great punt. All the way back to the 10. Green Bay. Fielding it. Getting about 6-yard return. But, you know, now Green Bay's offense has to work their way all the way down the field. And as Rachel and I know from playing football on the PS5, that's a recipe for a turnover. I know I never really got into Cowboy Bebop. I started it, but you just realized the other day you were always into isekai? I think you spelled it right. I'm into isekai. I'm pretty pleased with the new season of Crunchyroll too, which I haven't said for a while. We've had a couple of stinky seasons in a row, maybe even 3, I'm not sure. But this one seems to be a good season. It's got a lot of the kind of shows I like, you know, your classic isekais.
You're my classic isekai.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Herman Farias says, I'm Fidel Castro. Trigun? I'm not sure if I watched Trigun. I mean, the thing is, you're talking about old anime, right? I'm very up to date with anime. So it's like older anime to me seems dated and not that good because in general, as a general rule, anime has gotten better over time. It's just gotten just more fast paced, and same thing with feature films and stuff. Like if you watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off now, You go like, God, this movie is slow. They take a lot of time, give the actors a lot of room to do acting with their face and stuff without any music in the background or anything. Things that drive character development more than story. Do we watch anime together? No, Rachel doesn't really like anime. Bust it down for the stream? What would you like me to bust it down? Why do I think Bill Clinton was a good president? Well, we ran a surplus during his presidency. He got NAFTA accomplished and mostly stayed out of the way, which is what you want a president to do. He enjoyed broad bipartisan support from the American people, except for, obviously there were some hardcore Republicans who were just like hated him, but I don't think he was a good person necessarily. I just think he was a good president. Have I seen Noragami? I don't think so. What are my top 3 favorite male white actors? I don't really have a favorite actor. I'm gonna say, Captain Jean-Luc Picard. What's his name? I forget what his name is though. But that guy. I'm gonna say the guy who played Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars movies.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say the guy who plays the oil baron in the SNL skit.
Oh, Adam Driver.
Adam Driver.
Yeah, he's a good
actor.
Yeah.
Those are my 3 choices.
Who's the first guy?
Jean-Luc Picard.
Who's Jean-Luc Picard?
His name is Patrick Stewart? No, wait, that's Dirty Dancing guy?
Patrick Stewart is Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart,
he's a good actor.
Yeah, he is.
He was a Shakespearean actor before.
Wow.
Yeah, and then he became
He
was like with the Royal Shakespeare Company. Oh, you mean Patrick Swayze plays Patrick Stewart playing Jean-Luc Picard? R.I.P. Patrick Swayze. Too much dancing killed him.
Oh my god.
He took Katy Perry's song too literally. We can dance until we die. That's what happened to Patrick Swayze. Green Bay is having trouble moving the ball. That's for sure. But you know what, Green Bay? I believe in you and your Packers. You can make this an interesting game. Still only a 10-point game. Midway through the 3rd quarter, plenty of time left. Yeah, he kissed a girl and he liked it. That's what the other thing that happened. No, I cannot tell you what your cognitive function combo you have based on your chat. It's not possible to. I'm not a grandmother, Maudie says. Neither am I a grandfather, actually, although I am a regular father. It's not possible to type people by the chat. I've already determined that. Such a thing is impossible. It's as impossible as trying to dive through a napkin ring from a high dive. The napkin ring is not wide enough for you to dive through. Will Smith, Samuel Jackson, and Don Cheadle. So wait, did I hear you right? I saw it and then I forgot. Barkley Todd. Fire Force season 3 is coming out. What? That's big news. That is big
That
news.
is big news.
I'll have to rewatch the first 2 seasons before it comes out. I hope they use my theme song for it. They could use it for free. What do I think about ads? I mean, I watch almost no advertisements, so I don't think much of them, you know? The only time I watch advertisements at all is if I'm watching a sporting event live, like now, and even then, oh, it didn't look too bad. Um, and even then, when I'm watching sports, I always mute the commercials. So I don't think too much about ads. I've got YouTube Premium, so I get no ads on YouTube. And, you know, I got Crunchyroll Premium, so I don't get any ads on Crunchyroll. And we got Hulu and Netflix. I gotta get rid of Amazon Prime. There's no reason to even have it at all. I gotta cancel that. Because I would have it for the football if the football were watchable. You cannot watch a live streamed live sporting event on Amazon Prime. It's so choppy you can't even watch it. They haven't seemed to gotten down streaming. I can watch anything just fine on YouTube TV. Like I'm watching this right now, it looks just fine. Right? There's nothing like choppy or like unsmooth about this. It just looks like regular TV, right? No problem. Amazon Prime, I try to watch football. It's the only service that I can't seem to stream live sports just fine on. Hulu does it just fine. There's no explaining why Amazon Prime can't figure it out. And okay, sure. We are getting it via the internet rather than say a cable, but we've got really fast internet. We've got like lightning fast fiber. I want Amazon Prime, but I don't want Amazon Prime Video. I don't know if that's separate or not. Is that separate? I think it's separate.
I don't know. Because then you just don't, and then like, we wouldn't get like 2-day shipping.
Well, that's what he's saying, right? If Amazon Prime and Amazon Prime Video are the same, so in other words, if you have Amazon Prime and you have Amazon Prime Video, well then fine, I'll just keep it. It's just because it's something free that comes along with something that I do want. But if it's separate, then I don't want the video part because it's so shitty and pointless, and I never use it.
Mm-hmm.
What are our thoughts on the Los Angeles fire? I mean, I'm accustomed to fires in California. It doesn't usually get that many houses in the Los Angeles area because you know, people are only get their houses so close to the mountains, right? They get up into the foothills and stuff, but at a certain point it becomes too mountainy and people don't build houses there anymore. So usually when you have structures burning in California fires, it's structures from people who live where we live, and they're out in the woods, and it's kind of like you take it's a risk you take. But this one's unusual because it got a lot of fancy houses in the Palisades, and then it jumped canyons. So it's like when you're talking about a fire that's getting shit in the Palisades, you're talking about the very west LA, the very westerly most LA. But then it jumped to what they call Eaton Fire, which is where Eaton Canyon is in Pasadena. That's square in the middle of San Gabriel Valley. That's way far east of the Palisades.
Wow.
So it's unusual because number one, it burned down all those houses in the Palisades, and then number two, it hit where the fire was. Last time there was a fire in LA that Rachel and I were there for, that fire up in Monrovia.
I remember it.
It hit that area, except it went further east. It went all the way to Dwardy. But still, across that thing, you're only going to really damage the houses that are the highest up on the hills, right? Because it's a wildfire. It's burning off vegetation and stuff. And as soon as you get down into the flats, then you're going to be dealing with people's lawns and gardens, well watered, and also just not as prone to, not overgrown and stuff, so not as prone for fire to spread. Why does C.S. Joseph think I'm an ESTP? Because I think that he's aware that he and I display very differently. That it's difficult to say that we're the same type. And so he's trying to find a type that I could believably be that's different from ENTP, because he's claiming himself to be an ENTP and clearly isn't, So I think that's why he says I'm an ESTP. But I don't know. That's why I think he says it. That's not what his justifications are for it. I don't know what his justifications are for it. I'm assuming not many, nor particularly good. Thank you, moderators, for your attention to that. I guess we could call him a no good Nick.
Good name for him.
Yeah. A no good Nick is a good word for it. Boy, Green Bay is sure fumbly bumbly today. I don't think that's a fumble, actually, but whatever. For me, he's down. The elbow is down, then the ball comes out. You guys, that's really dangerous.
Oh, you gotta catch that.
You gotta be more careful than that. Jeez.
Your buns are the cutest. Yeah.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Again, same reason for a lot of things. It's because I spent the morning at the beauty salon. Having my butt cheeks beautified.
Can you pin me?
Yeah, sure. Now you're concussed. He's a real rapscallion. He is. Here comes the pass from Green Bay. Oh, just out of reach. Just out of the reach of the outstretched hands of Mr. Melton. The booty salon. Yeah, well, it beautifies everything about you. The beauty parlor. What type do you think C.S. Joseph is? I think he's either an ESTJ or an ENTJ. It should be easy enough to tell the difference. I suspect ENTJ, but I'm just not sure. Well, the Packers finally put 3 points on the board and are now trailing by just 1 touchdown. Their defense has done a very effective job of preventing the Philadelphia offense from accomplishing anything. Hello, hello, hello. Here's a pack of cigarettes. I found it in my car. Now I'm gonna open. There is no drive to get more smokes. 'Cause I had some inside the car. Is Tom Brady an ESFP? Yeah, I think he is. I think he is. I am surprised, however, I must say, at what a good football commentator he is. I would have thought no way he's going to be any good. Oh, right. Pinning you. Well, I like this parrot one. I also like this one too. District 18. There's this or this. Let's go with the parrot, I think. A little splash of color on your black will do some good.
Thank you. That's perfect.
Lovely. Looks wonderful.
It does. Thank you.
JC says, Eric, I'm confused that my consciousness is not only myself, but also 2 or 3 conversations all around my mind that can do something. Thanks, Skillet Destroyer. I think it looks nice. I mean, I often, when I'm talking to myself, refer to myself as us or we. And no sage is distracting me with his nonsense about bees. Really does look nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really pops against the black shirt, you know.
That's nice. Yeah. Thank you for doing it.
No problem, darling. I don't remember where we got that someplace, didn't we? That green parrot.
Yeah.
Oh, he's talking about the part of comfortably numb. It's about bee cum, or in other words, honey or pollen. I see. Good point. Got to fix my laptop. Give me money. $20, please, Grandpa. No, thank you. Firstly, I ask you about Bill Clinton, then about Lord of the Rings, then about C.S. Joseph. Do I have any necessarily? No, not necessarily. I don't know. I'd have to test it. There's no way around this, okay?
I know, it's like almost
I
impossible to type people through chat.
yeah. Or just to type people when you're not actually typing them. Like, I thought that C.J. O'Connell was probably an ENTP before I typed him and realized he was an ISFJ.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you thought I was ISFP or one other IS.
Until I typed you.
Yeah.
Well, I still have my doubts of Green Bay's chances here, but I'm doing okay. You have a nice day too. Bees just buzz around covered in their food, which is also plant sperm. Make a good point. It's Coolio's time. What's Coolio's time? Oh, you're Coolio's. I see. You're Coolio's the Julios. I like your name, Coolio's the Julios.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Whoa.
now it's a 14-point game. Yes, this beard, it just grows out of my face all by itself. I don't even have to do anything. Kind of crazy.
It is.
Like, Rachel tries and she just can't do anything equivalent at all. Look at her face. There's no beard. Despite years of effort. But on the other hand, I don't try at all and it just grows here. You just woke up from your nap? You mean you just woke up from your first nap, Acacia, or your second nap? You're not necessarily done napping. You think I'm fibbing about my beard trying? Oh, missed the extra point. That makes it a 13-point game instead of a 14-point game. We'll see if that proves significant or not.
Come on, Green Bay.
Yeah, your second nap, okay. I think there was a sport that's like soccer or basketball in terms of how you score, but without any rules other than that and a time limit. So, like, if you want, is there a ball? Is there a specific kind of ball at least? Snap into a nap gym.
No trouble. Thank you. Thank you, Bubbles.
If you have leagues where you can use any equipment you want and leagues where you can use only uniforms and a ball.
Thank you.
You're going to snap into your knapsack again soon? Well, that's good. Do I ever act like Santa Claus? No. Work tomorrow. Ew. Shite. Yeah, I'm going to try to get some work done tomorrow too. Wouldn't it be nice if that were meow meow? So, like, I could play, like, let's say there was a ball that was like a dodgeball. I could bring a baseball bat onto the field and hit it with that. Or show me is fibbing Acacia when he says, did you know that when Rachel listens to the Beatles, she likes to have live beetles crawling over her? Not true, to the best of my knowledge.
No, not true.
I did watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. I watched the cartoon, and unfortunately, much to my own detriment, I watched the feature film as well. One of the worst films I've ever seen.
Yep.
Really terrible. Like, Aquaman level terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even worse.
I think worse.
I think worse, yeah. Gravity bong riffs. I'm not doing any gravity bong riffs. I might end up doing regular bong rips, but I think what we're going to do is go back over to the other house now to turn off those lights, get a flashlight enhanced look at the ceiling, and then come back to watch the end of this football game. Probably I'll end the stream after we get back. Are you ready? You want to go? Or do you want to stay here?
No, I want to go, but can I bring a snack?
Sure.
We're
just gonna go. We're just gonna go over there and turn off the lights. I'm gonna look at the ceiling. If I see any obvious spots on the ceiling, I'll hit it with the white. But other than that,
I'm ready.
Okay. So we're gonna run over to the other house real quick. That I saw when we were leaving that I had left the kitchen lights on. And this will have given the paint a chance to dry. And we can look and see if it's, if there are any other spots that we missed, you know. Turn that light on in advance of our return. Same with this light. All right. I'm gonna put you guys in short leg mode rather than long leg mode. Short leg mode makes you less likely to fall over. There. Now you're in short leg mode. And there's my beautiful wife with her smart and snazzy winter coat.
Thank you.
All right. There's the first right there. I put it in here.
Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to go over to the other house. We're going to check on the paint job that we did on the ceiling in that one room, the one bedroom with the white paint. And hopefully it looks good. I got this flashlight to help us look at it a little bit better.
Oh, should we bring one of those batteries?
9 volt?
Yeah.
Let's do it later.
Okay.
There's no urgency on that. We don't need that thing until we actually rent the place, you know? So, okay. We are off to the other house. We'll be disconnecting briefly while we drive over there. While we are between Wi-Fi. You've heard this announcement a million times before, I understand, but I make it anyway for anybody who's not heard the announcement before. Or who's not familiar with the protocols here. We will be temporarily disconnected. And then, within about a minute, we'll be reconnected because the other house is just down the street. So don't panic when we disappear. here because we're now reconnected, going up this hill into the parking spot. Okay, now we're in the parking spot. And we're going to go upstairs, we're going to look at the paint. We're going to say, yes, that looks good. Looks like it's blended in nicely. Or we're going to say, oh, there's some more spots. We'll have to see. We'll have to see which of those things we say. There's where we parked. Now we're going up these stairs here that have a lot of acorns on them. Okay, well, here we are at the other house. Here is one of the lights that I did not turn off. And here's another light I did not turn off. Now they're turned off. Now let's go look at the white paint in the other room. What do you think?
Looks good.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Might be a slightly different shade in spots. It looks different.
It's better than the soot.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I mean, I kind of want to get some actual plain, just straight white. Because the spots where I got heavy with that stuff, it may not be all the way dried yet, I guess. But if it's all the way dried to that kind of yellowish, I'd like to get some white, some plain white, and kind of flatten that out.
Yeah.
Which is, unfortunately, another thing I need to do before I can get paint on the walls. It's always nice to get, when you start getting the actual paint on the walls, because it's like all this stuff prior is kind of like prep to that. Step up. Step up. There you go. Let me take that down. That's not really a drop off anyway.
Good taping.
Thanks. That's why they call me the tape master.
Oh, the tape master.
Yeah.
I can see why.
That was my nickname back at painting college.
They should have painting college. What did you learn in painting college?
Oh, I learned how to paint, you know. How, like, you're not supposed to get paint on the floor. And if you put down some plastic, then that might keep the paint from getting on the floor. Things like that. Important
It
lessons.
is important.
You don't want these bits that you can easily find your foot get under picking up like what happened to you. Okay, take those edges a little bit better, right?
See, look at that. A taping job.
That was not my best taping job.
Oh, but it's getting really good.
Getting well taped though.
Yeah.
Alright, good. I think that's good enough.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'll have to go to town tomorrow anyway to get more Scottish Welbies. So I'll get some white spray paint. It's just white, I guess.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. You know, it'll be not that much more work, and it'll be easier to get white over white than it will to be to get white over soot.
Good point.
All right. Thanks, Darlene. You're my soulmate, too. Well, I think it's about time to wrap this stream up. So I will bid you all a very fond adieu. Thank you for being here. We'll see you next time on Talking with Famous People.